時君にお届け塊夢を見るよなこの世界みんな巻き込め塊パッパッパーパッパッパラパーパッパッパーダバドゥイエパッパッパーヤッパダバパーパッパッパーダバドゥイエいつか星になる日まで君にお届け塊魔法をかけたドゥビドゥビはみんな幸せ塊シャバラパッパッパーパッパッパヤパーパッパッパーダバドゥイエパッパッパーバラッパッパラパープンプンプンドゥブドゥイエいつか星になる日まで君にお届け塊魔法をかけたドゥドゥドゥビドゥはみんな幸せ塊やっルパパパリパルパトゥパトリパルパトゥパトゥルパドゥビダバダバいつか星になる日まで君にお届け塊魔法をかけたドゥドゥドゥビドゥはみんな幸せ塊シュビルベルベルベル
Hello? Okay, there we go. My microphone was unplugged. Yeah, saying that you intervalo,
거울이 책장
obviously,
같으면
check it out, right?
한 장 넘겨서 맞섰던 계절을 만나련만.
Boards are nice. Free Mersault 000 ID. My tickets, as always, full banners. Free sick rewards. Do it, shall. Let's learn happening with Gregor. Robbie Sinclair as the title menu theme thing for the into that. Funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey. Never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Marsault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions or pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant. That objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits occasion? Slack. Been to funerals all that matter. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too for me. Focus started fizzling out from page 30 onward. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor antique. Ah! Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? Someone had to have died, because it wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the goofy association notarization of the said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity. Anonymity. Is it? The situation was indeed as thou sayest, and there was no helping it forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity. The death wasn't named at their own. The name of the deceased was. Catherine's funeral was very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers partaking the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? Heartbreaking, as his canto was named. Had to be the Golden Bow's influence far along the way. Everyone's memories of the event during Heights had become. Sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother, had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it, not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed a twisted version of the memory, as if it was a fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we'd just check in on each other's memories every now and then. because there's something that he and I realized was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. Point is, the circumstances of the funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? Oh well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. Well, Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. Funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses. Very straight Polish guy. Oh yeah, what's up? Good. You're doing good as well. Yeah, my gacha video games. What other options do people usually have? To just leave them or they died. Night sleep, bodies were gone. Like that. Weepers. Rather than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere, just have it stir up a load of daft rumors. Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better let the deed go in peace than to bury them in a grave, just some sods to later desecrate it. Hongyan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next rectoring day. Oppenheim scoffed and hung his head. Yos foolishness. All of it. Starting to solve the departed, other mend the city. All these funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living, with a fragile excuse to cling on. Those words from his heart, something said to convince himself. Whatever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face, his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alicia, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respect. Flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence. Crackle of firewood. So, suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. Staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Never leaving Hongyan. This says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his scene metamorphosis in the battle against the Tomnor father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous. In the least, Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Living just yet. Good to know. I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? It's just a rather rudimentary and human experimentation. Calm yourself. human experimentation? Really have to that boss. Lori Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. All there is to it. Of course, if you add your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly. No, I'm not giving my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research on observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. I had to get boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department. Their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And we allowed them. They have kept you for a good few months before letting you go, so the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. So waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral file after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. A strong Sinclair. All I could do was to offer unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, and then ready to collapse. A full-blown panic any minute. What about you? Not going with him? It's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. The recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. Though while it lasts, I highly suspect that every request for EO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. But it's true, your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and hurried. Really? No way. Alright, we're going to. You all have somewhere else to be? I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I'd said help with. Be here for it. When you have Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. Others fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LC. Busy with their own thing. Off. Only one's keeping me company now with Ryashu. Been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, he was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant request for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Of course. Most was still here too, staring blankly into the air, assessing the vessel shaft. We have some time to spare, manager. I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time. Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. Makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Ryashu, a matter that requires your assistance. Kind of assistance? What kind of assistance? Asked Lockhead. Wait a minute, did Ryashu just step in as my interpreter? Something I didn't appreciate her gesture, especially since she's usually snap at me and tell me to someone else. But whenever the issue came up, I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes. There is, I must admit, certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation, yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. Seeing we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze, a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, I know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a pair of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there, why don't you join us too? Does thou speak of me? LCCA personnel were cornered by the Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts. Took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance. The moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed. There is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more wars to trade, the most noble yellow harpoon. Seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Chivalry? Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistants. You are to be number 2, that is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the Yellow Harpoon. No true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be service to thee? Immediately on board, just did the title. Feeling important again. Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Center 4 has proven to be counterproductive. Such your task will be to report to me what the manager said. That is indeed a simple task. However, what kind of assignment eludeth my understanding as well. Pity, allow me but a little time to uncover it. Relay the manager's words, not sinners, not Riyashid. They are asking you what kind of assignment you. Request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome. It was simply that the irrationality and the inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently bearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elect Faust's operation. Case manager. This request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you're the one monitoring the entirety of the 5 prolonged assault operations, and Sinner 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Go to the House of Spiders right away. I have no idea. HOSRA. Assisted enough. Oh wait. House of Spiders. Right away. She's smiling too. She's back to smoking. Oh, I thought she would quit. I guess she got that too. And kind of. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not for word, Faust relayed my intention to him, who responded by shaking his head. But immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. Member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Hell yeah! Kira. He has regained consciousness. Hell yeah. Survivor. I feel bad for the apprentices, but at least one survivor on our side now. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks well equipped. via direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of the lower body, the reconstruction process, while keeping the cost reasonable. Now, do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? Windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Big ass scarf. Connecting her. Her sleeves pulled up. Yeah, the Twitter was right. She does look like a wet cat now. Or a dog. Someone recovering from bisection didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner's shared vision. Captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the process of extraction? Hasn't yet begun. Actually, we're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can isolate. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. What are you even doing here? Work to be done, agent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. Following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. Hell yeah. TV, no comic books, just super prickly glare, a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. Now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Benheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow, as Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, perturbable expression. What does that mean? Babble. Wow, what a word. Unable to be upset or excited. Calm. Perturbable. Quality. Portable. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast, the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. Upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current number. Brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof. Projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a assessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. I've always had a way with words that could prickle things. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd trapped the usual turn off for a sharper knife. He'd traded usual turn off for a sharper knife, and on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. Like you're gonna let me live, not after I kill a bazillion of you guys. So I anticipated some form of a cooperative level retaliatory response against your person. That's indeed a curious line of reasoning. I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle and the combat prowess tutelage of a great brother of the middle. These two considerations are likely what increase your value. Company. Ah, y'all got zero self-respect, huh? Consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps. Even without restoring to such methods, range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications, after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predicament. So freaking annoying, you know that, mister? Feeling is entirely mutual. The biting chill of his threats to sink in, Benheim turned towards the exit. Some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. Now disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, Manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your abilities than my own. With that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. The reaction was understandable. LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now. Much less speak to. And say to persuade her. Off. Still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her with Kira. You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's true. I wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. Why, he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. The sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out. That fucker Marias was a gay baby only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name. Underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Surprising, the ST for the bowl cut too. Same tastes? Oh, young Ryoshu. Could be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fixu. Quickly clapped a hand over the mouth as she smoothly chimed into the comment. What exactly is your point? Point is, you're taking too long. You can't decide whether you want to live or die. I can shorten the hesitation. EQ, or I'll sink right this instant. Come quickly. I think I don't remember what it was. Slice your neck clean. What's... Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely. Right this. Fine, snap your neck completely then. And she translated on her own, and with a smile. Different. Think isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Ah, so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. It actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the one who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Think, that's so random. Who even says that? I didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth. Alright. What is this? Really the right call? There? Probably people needs to settle this. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, clock. Even confiscated her book. I think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for the trade that she bought us. Besides, no better. No. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... well, Papa was weaker than y'all. Ah. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sore face, but at least she didn't argue back. Alt Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, we'll find your weapon on the table. May use it in the event of an emergency. The hell? Can't even fit. I won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. And then, let's head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We're on our way to House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Wayfarer. First mission. I have the lead team, I suppose. One is here. They're still unavailable. Gonna be bonus.
나를 불렀나?
Go with and I'm gonna use Sport or Rodia. Fine, no one has Sport for Rodia. Oh, it's the skin, that's why it flashed. Interesting. Yeah, I guess makes sense. I'm just playing this, so... oh well, Rodia for me. Never mind, I guess.
소재가 좀
책임은 져.
문을 열 시간인가?
그러든가. 내가
드디어 내 차례냐?
Alright. 60% bonus, it's something.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Few days have passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remember. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. Callista's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets and clear devices affixed all around the back doors. Freddy, who might those people there be? Like some shady bastards moved in already. Are guarded. The action prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This team leader Alan of Wayfarer Company will be working with us to investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company. A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology, has, on prior occasion, referred to as the new or aspiring W Corp, or the name is an unofficial one. Oh. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp. We have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Well, I remember. Company being to take W Corp's place, right? Buying to take same horizon. Probably talked about getting recognized as. After all, the L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, free falling at this point. Third manager and the center of the LCB's department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters, and with more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort, and operations are almost always understaffed anyway. The word you have provided is more than sufficient. Gave an standing nod and slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. Name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. He reminds me of the other guy, the tall one, from Library of Ruina, that like turned into the circus fellas. Sure if his name was Alan, I don't think so, but maybe wrong, but who knows. He looks a bit older. Likewise. Forfast could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the boss team's performance. You capitalize on the suppression of distortions as T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Boss didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. Quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on. Oh no. He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert T. Corp's executive director. So, that's how the rumor spread, huh? I've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assigning this and assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Wenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've gotten pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out the farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering materials. Oh my. I see, what kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they'd probably connected to some backstreets area. Backstreets? Any more detail? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Ugh. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes around in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... I reeled from the unexpected strike. Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what mother of discourtesy this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. Had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be appropriate in this case. Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hockenheim handled the situation. Gets to suck me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. Fun just now though. What was that? Exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by warfare company. Let us resume the task at hand. Scenario show. Give Manager Alan whatever information you have. A door would lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer companies' backdoor mapping progress. It means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? Start with the one scenario she mentioned. Ah, you don't trust me at all, huh? And why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's job, Anne began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibition? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once. Throwing squids and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. Cool. Just animals stitched with random stuff. Really reminds me of the whole circus in the Ruina. The animals being kind of like stitched up. Felt like a glory of sorts. Glory gallery of sorts. It was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange somber white. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Shit. The scale is just insane. That's the whale from Association Great Lake special issue. Rahud seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. And seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with a harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale, doesn't look like the one we've encountered though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. Though RoboAnk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. And this would have been way more fun if we could see them move, the moving ones. I think here is dead. Meh. It looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira keeps sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, it felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. Contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts, like hands and bones, that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. There's the hand, there's the eye, I think. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism. Probably a main studio at that. Comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps close in from somewhere nearby. Turning towards the sound of shoes clanking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. God damn. Look at this guy. Like tapes on the horns. Almost looks like it's glitched. That presence. Kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreat is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan's ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. Came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. Huh. So they were just locked up in here. I guess separated without visiting much. A stray little spiderling, fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Alright. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right? Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still trashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet carnivorous resonant howling. Rings a bell. The maestro, whose lessons was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Mil Benoit. And yet, they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg doesn't always apply, I see. Like the mind of yours is still sly as a raven, like your nurse father's. Don't presume. Only remember you because the facility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. First glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members and sensed glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words up to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the clock sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. Don't expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial on A. Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. At the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Claiming that with just leaving won't work with it. I would want every individual present here would be quite a fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring, or practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been declared to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return in harm? Faust is right, she and Hohenheim are geniuses and Ryoshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation. I happen to house a golden bow in my hand. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew wrong, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Heng, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. Probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure as advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. Cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might as well at least stall the maestros long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the scholar, Fauvism, and mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to you without an unnecessary fight if possible. Okay. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. Huh. You want a taste? Vision flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? Oh. Lock? The halves of spider used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exist, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? Oh, that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering the relic, were they false? Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, was enough to make Ryoshu recoil and a shadow of surprise across her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash Yet the maestra's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Risha's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, didn't you? Had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Is the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide. What do you think Serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about? Ask any student. They'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom. The sleek scales. Why? It's lamentably disappointing. Maestros advanced towards us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread that felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural alignment. The ice-cold ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material? A single bite, and a work of art fashioned from a snake. Mestra plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as of the nurse father, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim, hastily brandished, didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. They scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities. Something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow. Ah, shit. Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm, her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. It wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of urgent regret. A middleman? Someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member. You've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha. Must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm very regretting it, alright. Damn it. They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why'd I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, but the body chose to clash head on. But the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks. Now. As thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang, she used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, had broken Benovet's arm from the deadlock as well. Maestros lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but it's a fall injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Attackability, however, sheer force of the Maestra's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing to the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Boss, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner This post made her exit with what was once Don Quixote. The students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Haha, call it for real. That's exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force. The ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass, what I was thinking diving in like that. You, don't just stand there. Get over here now. Oh, but these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You talk too much. Want to get cleaved in half again? Pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Plucking the maestra's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door, every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the maestra could cross over. Tough. Ball cut. You can still use your arms? I'm fine. Ball cut? So she said. Kira would be a strong enough addition to the fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager? Aye, Otis. I'm prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me! Thank Tomodachi Life. Today, made Rhodia turned out to be a foodie as well, which is fantastic.
환상체라고 불러야 하는 그 괴물들에게 본때를 보여주자고.
Oh hell yeah, we got Kira on board. The 65. Still of a higher level, but weaker because of her lack of middle. I like how the House of Spiders crossed out and the middle is crossed out. I wonder if the middle was also crossed out or not during the big main canto. So 60 levels. Some say the ring's paint is made from the same base material as augmentation tattoos. They're both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. Alright, let's kill this fox. God damn it, Lisa.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
꿰뚫려라.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼 직원들
Kill those stories, hell yeah. Welcome Galley to my screen. Hope you're doing great.
현명한 판단이요.
뭐야 파이팅이다.
Flashable counter.
가족을 위해.
공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
들이도록.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군요.
Right.
상황이 유리해졌네요.
Stagger everyone good.
이렇게 할 수 있으면서 지금까지 그러지 않았던 건
And left as is.
주어진 일이
Let's start
아니었기
with this
때문인가요?
attack.
엎쳐! 이 정도쯤은
따뜻한 소금. 너희의 목표. 그 승리로 이끌. 하지만 그래봤자 거다.
The caramel gave bonuses.
이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없고.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I don't think you have hair actually.
엎쳐!
죄송해요. 잠시 어지러워서 못
승리로
봤어요.
이끌.
뭐 또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
꿰뚫려라.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 오, 엄청나게 강한 일격을! 개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 대로... 와! 방금 너무 근사한 일격이었는데? 관리자님에게 우수한 평가를 받을 수 있겠어.
지금이다. 내
Hold on, wait.
징계 팀에서 다 잡아버린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
바이올렛 브레이크스!
Very nice. 5 coins.
구원 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에
Finding the first door and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. You'd just listen to me and pick another door. We wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me in this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? You have opened them all at the end of the day. Settle down. Settle down? What's that? Oh, same difference. Alright. Again, why shouldn't it like that? Say duh or something. Spell it out and say it. Say it was anticipated. That's... weird. Whack. Weird as fuck. I don't know. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 50%. This by all means counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an unbearable smile. It seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. His fauvists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That can't be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? Corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those fauvish beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. They've got that much history. They must know many back doors, both the origin and the destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternative routes. Makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on to the House of Spiders so soon. You could always rush for a surprise attack though. Even that Fauvish maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the trapdoors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Joshua lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. That's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering was faint. Was seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? I say I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Yoshi was talking about the scabbard. Yoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Yoshi, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? Probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. That presents a fine opportunity to conduct under examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're gonna have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Right, more story.
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수
3
있는
nodes in almost
유일한
half
꿈이니까.
an hour and a half. This music, I like this music. Nice little camp. Wenheim brought us to what looks like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. Didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward-based construction by a limited company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example, research subjects such as spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner, the 11th sign, and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now on at the latest. His cupboard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along. Yoshu, I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Yoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa! Vespa Cabro. A big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Manager. Parents' snacks. Mr. Shrinkbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Berg, kick his ass! Saving that. God. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Dude. Karen's super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but I remove the paper from my back now. It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgiveness this time. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Let's make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. She just looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this. I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking stuff off on her plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute! I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. But now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Ah, he took my snacks too. Berg, kick his ass. Saving that too. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're raiding the LCE's supply as well. Gee, that stone's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. Whoa! Whoa. Aye. The lines on Virgilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Anta is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to two individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomena, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Just as a point, aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers, even Sonia, that only a select few people could perceive it. There were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whenever or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some super powered future self and just wreck everything? Insomnia? Step in and put an end to this subject before Rodia gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Foss reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story could be it. Aye, that does seem plausible. But none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of one's speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that. A bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities of relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off the research. I also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. Ah, no, I mean... Haha, I'm kidding. Thought I'd try going along with the mood. Yacht Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So did anything happen that we should worry about? Got close to him just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or at least the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No. I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Boss said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? Paradox, it would seem. Such a case. But Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory? Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Boy, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you picked off proper out there. You even pulled out the trick you picked up from that blasted old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? A glowing ring thing? Yep, a glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. He used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes ya real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno, could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members, technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, the black coney leader, Lei Heng prick, and the nurse fathers we fought, a lot of them fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, or even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what, only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin. I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors. They circulated among elite fixers and associate leaderships. And there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes. Even the technique to manifest it, how to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, the tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farm with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. Must be that mine eyes are yet to privy seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotapes in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video? Tape? Huh? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Wow is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis caught an end to their conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. Power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prothesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used and consequences, pens can reach levels compared to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. I observe. There appear to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon felt Virgilius' lips. Well, oh my god. Left Virgilius' lips. I can't read and I'm creating accidental yaoi. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. But it fits, I think. Look at those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? I weird to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sang, pre-contracts elf could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, 'cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with. As long as you are bound by contracts as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame, that would have been useful. Hey then, what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's response always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps simply couldn't find the right words to put back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. It stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get too comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCG researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together, not contesting, and that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LZE. Examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before we knew it, Hohenheim and Riosh returned. Renketsuen. I'm gonna quickly go get something to drink, then we'll resume. Alright, and we're back. Everything is taking so long, we almost got full energy back. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of this sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but a bard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. sentient sword, huh? This grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, felt like I could understand what I meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? Is it too premature to deliberate on the matter? The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the construction of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. Few researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There's no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Senator Ryoshi's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the Ringnurfather's quarters, that will be all. Wilhelm cut himself off there, clapping his mouth shut, as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, you all wanna tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all, but going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we going? Where are we to go? Alright, sorry, but the rest of you weren't there earlier. Post, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each factor leads. Oh, and Kira too. Prisoner of War, Executive Manager? You talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them, too, yeah. Just remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to Executive Manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatever. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout. Oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. It was a close call. Otis on Heathcliff's hands shut up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. You know I could rely on you, Otis. Heh, your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand, I'm afraid. I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. Probably don't need to come along. You need me to come along, then I guess. Then I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier, if shit hits the fan. Our research, yet unfinished, hold my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. Haha. I don't think it can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I'll follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine, just get some rest. It'll probably be okay, I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Right, 1/3 done. Sarah. Other fights. Someone have Rhodia yet? Seem to be. Oh, there she is.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. I sifted through and I selected the doors with the highest probability of leading into the rings gallery. Next step would be to enter the alternative door you mentioned, but hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Keeping? Saying you have more to tell about gates, doors. Yep. The door over there. Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. That wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa had got in there to cross out vengeances from what the book said. Probably a turf. Protected by a thumbs. Subsidiary or something. Like earlier. Offered only vague snippets just about a single door. Kira was now feeding on a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, what I heard. Yeah, I think she'd calm up out of spite. I wonder if she'd changed her mind about cooperating. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Manager Esquire. No, that's Don Quixote. Executive Manager. No telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest door first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Because that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They look about the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. So I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to. Risha suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. Familiar. You recognize the door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, hi now, let's go for a walk. Huh. I don't recall much about it. Memory just now. Tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Patient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the others in it. Ah, this place is, judging by its state, to be a welfare facility located within a nest, likely a park. Every sort of walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, past Yoshi mentioned her memory. Aside, people fussing over their pets. Oh wow. It just looks like a normal city, like there's like a fucking basketball yard. We park here, normal like buildings and whatnot. Kinda strange to see just a normal city in the city. At least normal looking city, because who knows what like the rules are here. We clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. You ever come here? A puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember. Oh right, that's why Saru seemed familiar. The name of the mission. Old. Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. That was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it was a lot, didn't it? My homework faster. Poor doggo! Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? This workshop that I always visit. Doors, they're connected to a park. Go right now. This childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Barely. Such gentleness. I've seen most like the young Ryoshu. Hey, Clark, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Yeah. Okay, Ryoshu. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experience in H-Car with Hangzhou. Probably means. Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Do you not see that just now? You what? We're zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Again, like how it was between Lindayu and Hangzhou. Kira doesn't... Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. That adorable hound, thy companion of old, young Ryoshu. Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart in excitement. Fire driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. Inflict such cruelty upon voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? Died before her time. And here, my desk with me. I don't recall why, but it was this day when I wouldn't stop whimpering and banging, and I put myself in a room crying. Where? You? Where? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. After witnessing the fragment of memory, he looked utterly convinced. I like how Ryoshu is so much less hostile and more friendly, and more patient, especially right now. With like the sinners in general, it seems. Also, she's more willing to talk about herself and whatnot. While I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. All I received was a Saru turned into some macabre art piece, probably. Something he called Beastborn Bone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp Saru's voice with every swing. You, no way! Because you knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. That's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. Tanto was alive. Say, alive. Bloody hell. Alright, not her, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. Tiny heart. A tiny heartbeat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Me thinking of doing all that. You still mess with that art thing, but let's be honest. After seeing something like that, you wanna still clear, well clear, yeah? Right? Those things we call artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out all the ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers. Maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, her stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. I'll find this appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, thus one must never expect the understanding of others. Uncanny, they're horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. I can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. But bloody hell, you end up getting used to that kind of thing. Why do we need to understand? You're not an artist. Get used to it. That bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for Araya. Covered move and Ryoshu came to pause. Trembled. There was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, the House of Spiders. I was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day. I need to check something. Seen enough here, let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. The inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. Stood in front of the artworks, covered in sheets of cloth. Lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Bobby, wrong. Over there. So I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. You've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a some larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people screaming. Yes, Yoshihide. Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. People. Get you back to our room. It's hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. Lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we know about Araya, but it never truly reached her. See, this hollow void. This must be Araya. Sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. That makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Anne pointed out. Unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What? How'd they get in here? Startled Kira pointed ahead. Her figures wearing animal masks were holding what looks like massive lumps of flesh hidden beneath a tent of sorts. Was ring a silence from before? Didst thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? Probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. You can see their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nerdfather's artworks. Get on with it. Move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought the Robo Unk was washed? So many fanboys and fangirls here. Huh? Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken, of course. They are a little of value to both our companies. It's so sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Be funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Plaques? Pretty unsavory. Maybe occupied with transporting those objects for now. They will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, executive manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. We have to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. It didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Sure about that? Also,
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니까?
oh,
특히 저번처럼 소매 단추를 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는 직원이
using the
보였습니다.
monolith thing, I didn't even notice. Were we using it before as well? We must have. There she is. Wouldn't it be smarter to like at least send someone out, like spider out? They're like going back to something. Guess not.
현명한 판단이요.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 봅니다.
엎드리도록.
Nice.
훌륭한.
아이씨,
이외에
짜증나게.
특별히 첨언할 이유도 없군.
난 너희가
짜증나게.
좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게
대가리
치명적인
딱
일격을 가해봅시다.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야. 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
하지만
Just charging up.
지금이다. 해골바가 내 죄는 내가 알아서.
짜증나게.
잘 들어가네요. 크게 의도를
Very nice AoE.
꿀을 건드렸겠다. 여기 비었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
제약 계획의
이어.
규모는 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어.
Welcome to counters. It's clashable counters.
뭐가 치워라.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자. 오일이 방금 뭘 본 거야? 짜증나게. 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
엎드리도록. 헤세드 같은 놈들은 이 광경을 좀 봐야 해. 환상체 가지고 에너지 짜는 회사에서 이 정도 전투
아이씨,
능력은 있어야지.
짜증나게.
복지팀 애들만 데리고서 뭘 한다고?
선조를
평일 오후 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Okay, nice.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을
They have
들었겠어.
some cool schmoes.
당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀
This is the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? I kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately none of the ring members were inside. Right, but where the hell were those lots coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave? Had more of the pods legging it in from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? Precisely those the designation other corridor referred to. A room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designed it as corridor of the middle father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Sign tasks here have been wrapped up. And before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection lossy. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, knowing her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. For long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, and still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa's. Got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. Scabard gave a faint, restless stare. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Yoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle.
오랜 목마름도
Nice. A
어버이를 향한
lot
죄책감도 피를
of
마시는
points.
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Same. Money Rodia. If it decides to appear. There she.
잘 됐네.
Heck. He swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? But not. My SP titter half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer, figurines, video game cartridges. Not talking about my toy box, K. I had hella many of them anyway. The TV's gone, the couch too. Kira said only a conspicuous space was left. The television and family couch set used to be. Now those LCD receptors hold them away. From the sound of it, we're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. Corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? Sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Summing match. I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, tell you all what I know, so come this way if you want it. 2 doors have made from paper and wood. They connect to S-Corp. That one reinforced with steel. That one leads to B-Corp, back streets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors himself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the door one by one. Good work, all data seems to match, thank you for your cooperation. Till there was just one back door left open. Well, this is nothing new, but I'm gonna say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. And portals too. Ain't doing anything shady like the warp train either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. A bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said, while this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, you understand that the Wayfarer's company primal service includes pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey, some are killed while battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep this secured path well secured. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. At the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I pulled Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose, one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Look at the U-Corp giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? It doesn't ring a bell. Hold on a minute, is that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon du Molineux, the private hair salon. If Cliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify then we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so caviar about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment brought upon our merry band have severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet. And can I use them? We were regulars at the Molineux place. Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle farm for a favor and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. We'd give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, see? So I wasn't even yapping about all excited. Kira, who'd seem ready to lunch at a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tipping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, yes, Papa did hella care for me, so why? Also true, these guys went out of their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Why is it gonna be so complicated? Mafias gave you that on a aesthetic bull crap. Hex bull BC bullcat. Oh, bro, listen, like that. That's not how you shorten these things. She's enjoying herself. For some reason, Yasha seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. Reminds her of Araya. She doesn't even know. Was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryosha's acronym, which in turn were fewer causes to snicker about. Sure why, but it tells me that she might be making her acronym ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. Your conjunction is correct, Executive Manager. She has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. Various, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit though. I know aught of that conflict within the crippling apocryphal. It may be, as we are all compelled to peer inward in the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up, talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, it was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Well, I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now, a good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that I never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. They now say, pray tell, has there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why that had happened. I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? What told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school? Bullshit. I've never been to school. Never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Ah, no way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? He showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, dad, in that video. So pretty dang sure. I don't. Kira went on, and I should convince from her initial retort to slip away. Didn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. It seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an intuition that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring Academy. Sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that. Wait, kinda makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Huh. She muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then after a brief moment she turned toward me, an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Look, deserve a smack. She actually smacked him. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? Memory sucks, Glock. I would have been just fine without it. At least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to school? School? You know? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. I don't have any friends here. Oh yeah, and this is pointless. It is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group and erudition? That engenders competition. Very well, Yoshikida. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshikida to an academy. It's part of my educational curriculum. It's an academy of art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age nourishes the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihida's growth. Prescript approves. Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. Are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, Hunt Puppet of the Prescript, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. But do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness will have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. Artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would. And all we ever did was nod along to the lectures to spout purple prose, all the while making cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. So white. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? Get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of this curriculum? Just boring, shallow, gore stuff. Oh, it's gory, but boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as ow. But the people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I don't have any special reverence or any attachment to family like mafias did either. Just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. One of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy. Home early. Oh man, you must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. Fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? Didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where you going? You know, just got some business to take care of. You don't just sit tight and work on a coloring book. You'll be home before you know it. And the children were never heard from again. Okay, is it bro business? No, it's family business. Seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. There's nothing in the swords, don't learn respect unless you bit it into them. Ah. Only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there, with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. Never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. And what he did in the end. Holy shit. Huh? Ah, there you are, Yoshida. It's class starting already? Intelligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for the crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. It's an arm for you. For the instructors? Well, anyone agree that they did one sorry job for keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading really don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Cultured, uncivilized animal. Bob, be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worth of your talents. It's much more significant and prestigious institute this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Mafias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. You wanna? I wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Mafias. Took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what. I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. Scabbard, which had been stirring slightly as Ryoshu encountered her past, soon began to rattle audibly, doing that thing again. She patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. Scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment, appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. In that gesture, Yevkir briefly cast a sullen, yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, that's depressing. The ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh. I didn't know that Robo-Onk was such a radical guy. Sent you to an academy just like he wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh, hazy memory. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the Vincent and the Academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. John Boo's Company. Hello, Chong. How are you doing? Just spared us the details, alas. Well, with that conveyed, do you guys want to head back? Woke up from a short nap. Hope you feel rested and nice, energized. I've been streaming this. The story. Well, side story. The main story thing, I suppose, that released yesterday because I cannot scroll Twitter because of it. Because spoilers are everywhere. So I need to get rid of this, take care of this, then I can freely browse art again and memes. And also because I'm interested in the lore and there's a free SSR to get out of the event points. Ah, get that delicious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you blinded. Look there, these blokes walking out of the saloon. Fauvists, ain't they? They found us. Not be odd to find a field branch of the ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Fauvist scale, however. Various evidence, such as their masks, and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. LCB, speaking to team leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! God damn, the bass in this music is quite tasty, isn't it? Very, very funky. Bloody hell, what? Do you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters of the middle be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Already drawn the rings and wanted attention. Certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like we've got a... the GI talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great move to walk into the door. Or a sound strategy. To get manager, as long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. Quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look. Our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emerged complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you think? Oh wait, that door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. Long before the Fauvists began rushing in through the open door. I don't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, can be helped. And I summon the sinners back to the work.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저보다 한
Summon them
주먹거리도
on a
안
whim
되는
like that.
놈들이니까.
Well, probably was like eating breakfast and their face just like fell unconscious right into the bowl.
브레이크 슬램!
Beautiful.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
단체로 왜 저렇게 떠들썩한 거야? 누가 쌉니다.
꿰뚫려라.
네, 잘 들어가네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은. 아, 브레이크 슬램!
Hope Kira's gonna be like a recurring character.
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고
아이씨,
생각했거든.
짜증나게.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않.
근방의 싸움
Very nice.
무수했어.
엎드리도록.
목이 비었잖아.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼 직원들을 사지로 내밀진 않네요.
제압 개체가 비틀거리는 게 보이네. 아, 이대로 영영 움직이지 못하게 만들어보자.
Very nice.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리해.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어머니를 기억하지.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
엎드리도록. 앞차! 이거 봐. 앞차! 상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
최고의 선택이었어.
제가
산토리
딱
경멸고
걸리자.
라샤
상관없지?
적확한 한압이었어.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한
A lot of
죄책감,
points.
피를 마시는 순간에는
Well, like to
생각나지
see.
않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, managed to cut the door catalog workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. In my life a whole lot easier. Well, thanks to that, there's excellent strategization. Except the Tom's corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel laying around there, so we just need to check some of the doors in its basement. So, manager expresses interest in the aforementioned that. The Tom's corridor came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Tom's members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they help us get an idea of where each door into the corridor leads to. Valencena's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time, huh? This shit? Remnants of her desperate search for thread to continue. Final of her backup tickets hordes. Mark any door that need work with a throne. There could be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this through our interactions, but never anything irrelevant to his work came up. Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Having our conversation with Sarah back at the P-Corp, a deeply incurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We'll explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. On returning to where the other wafer company employees were huddled around, he decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. Ordering, maybe? The silhouettes, they are unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Oh, the detective. Some stubby guy, I don't know. An annoying airy dude. Like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu? effectively. Rio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Ah, fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. The third time it occurred. We got to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. I made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again, I believe in you. Look at you now. You're right where it happened. Your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and understand what you might be worried about, but I'll see even the earliest potents of it. Don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. And when I saw in the footage, having a hard time believing it. I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. Case is nothing like Don Quixote's. Just needs to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds kinda deep, guys. Sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer is always really caged about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. Showing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Important stuff? Nikita gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of desperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence on an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening. Right, damn it, right all along. War isn't over. It never was. It can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit our question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. Been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. Killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease. You never know when its symptoms will set off. Heathcliff was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred. Stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. Still got a good chunk of journey left and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the pasts of us sinners. Even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? Eventually you have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? Indeed, you'll end up hurting it. That's at first. I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. A bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. He and the boss team didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. Through our journey, I began to think of you as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. I realized that I'd grown so weak I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs. This arm, I was relieved. Imagine that same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest, that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception. That alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless, quicker than even an non-combatant like Yi Sang, made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, didn't we? Blew up in the worst possible. After all that, I couldn't bring myself to fight again. I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. Same fear you have carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly, barely. Holding on to the idea that the living gotta live on and nothing. It brings me back years. Memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. At best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. Can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. And the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. Same can be said for most people in the city. Something I never expected to hear from you. Guess you're right. Seeing this through, any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Many places in the city have some warmth to them, like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Fonglu. Truth be told, not some special case. Everyone who's participating in that ward must have gone through more or less the same experience. Moses, Otis, and even Vancina. Piece of work. Can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. I've fled from my past, tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. You, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to pause, spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable beyond measure, and experience different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a longer time. Or yours. Dislike loud noises, people who talk too much. Sound too much like the cacophony of the war, screaming comrades who resent me, even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. You were fond of Miss Erza, Moses? Talk too much. Set aside. When you heard your fill, might as well come out from the corner you're hiding in. Aw man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. Actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but couldn't find an appropriate moment. Yeah, well, we have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? Tagging along. Oh, temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Oh, I was kind of right, somewhat. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Oh, pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. Working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Tom's nurse father was most attached to? No, though. Duh? It's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just shut up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, we went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, that stuff about her generosity and all that unthought till I died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really, the plan? Why is that? No, the vibes. You guys don't know cause you haven't seen him long before the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Stab her right in the spine. You! Look, I think you might be training wrong cause, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. It's not how my master has instructed me. Textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all the crap anyway? I don't even like that all day. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshida even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. This one doesn't know. Let me redirect that question towards you, Yoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors some nurse father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. I even need Clock's help to piece it back together. That one. The only one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died down there. Of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where does G-Cup fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. No, I don't break easy. Been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin Ticket. Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Comes another mission, boy. They really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. Fuck is this? Bandages for you. This kid's serious? Truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. It's been 30 years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. She marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. A blissful idiot who forgot he was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spider. Well, the ironic piece, it didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the tomb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. They hang? That's when she went right back to drinking herself into shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings turned, and so did the edge in profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Velsia on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? Common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. Must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But does that mean that backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? Sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? See how this helps him in any way. He does not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arms. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? Trauma. The arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable. Memories coming back haunt him. The arm went berserk. he started reliving his past, painful past, the other way around, isn't that so? You can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you. You may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm will metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestions may seem blunt, this is one of the basic treatments principles of MCORP's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. I'll open it up. Her walks up to the door, grab its handle, then pause, take slow deep breaths. One arm, he gently opened the door. Fire yawning, be taking the lead, the front lines of our G-Corp, banner held high, it's Thomas again. I wanna die. Have a place to go back to. Instant PTSD of Canto 1. Alright, happy 15th birthday. Can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. Thought I'd woken up from the dream. I was still. A fight. Fixed member.
원하신다면
Use him. Yes, you are. Or let's take some more people. Rodia.
이거 참 설레는구려.
This place. It's just a boring old office. Ready to be shook. Things we were taught about to walk into a war zone or something. Recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. Desk was there. Oh. So Gregor was a corporate. Here's a tip, fellas. Working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall. You can't help it. Let you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? Do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're bothered, though. Gregor grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me hit my head. Perhaps higher ups just had to holler, "Hey, bit higher!" I'd scuttle right after them. Others can't do. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Bit higher. About the post-war veteran special employment, right? Couldn't possibly complain. Won't have gotten that job without it, you know? Well, not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around his hand and instinctively leaping on his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces. Oh wait, you folks must be the accountant that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? You've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been? Me, same old, well enough. Not like I've Got anywhere else to go, right? Surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. They pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you're gonna sell that commemorative coin in the middle, right? I got paid good money for that. For me, asking how's life? Fellow citizen, can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with higher shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that there. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Then you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. No, how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profited from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. Reaching to the core, wire, and that guy, huh? Still taking his sauna breaks during workday hours. What do you think? Sid misses his ass every day. And get this, how he used to call you special employment fellas? Nepo first? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out, lining his pockets with nickbacks, and we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. It's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he? No, an actual Nepo? Though he's but he's the president's family. Yeah man, it's that bad. What anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. One thing I learned here is that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. Hey, I'm actually a kid like myself. Don't have glory days to look back on and year for, right? Look back, it's all doom and gloom, you know. Ever hit rock bottom? Also know the only way left to go is up. Did something like that before, yeah. Hahaha, yeah. It's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy. Look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your own, or you were way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out, catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get a chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Oh, I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Well, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworkers chattered, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain deception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmares of the past over and over again. We're not being cursed to relieve the pain and suffering in it. Of Ezra and I, we are both still trying to free of the misconception we inflict on ourselves. Not like I remember because I want to, but if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well induce in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong here. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager bud, can't say I can give you any reassurance, but going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though I'll manage. It's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. You would always say the same, the suffering from the cruelty inherited living. Then live on, just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and focused look, shaded beneath despair. The gloomy grey seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky, would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. Quick step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from the past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she'd even follow us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Told by that, Alan figured that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. I stayed and... Oh man, these asshats again. Weird. Corridors, not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. You can see a few invited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Fulvists pouring into the corridor through a different back door. Must be trying to find a way to get to the Ringed Nursefather's corridor. But we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all.
이 자리에 서 있게 해달라고 바란 적은 없었어요. 괜찮아?
뭐 처지게야!
그대로만 해주신다면 오늘은 제압이 빠르겠어요.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
짜증나게.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다!
현명한 판단이요.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별건 차이가 없네.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
목이 비었잖아!
다른 부서에 있는 에고까지 가져오길 잘했지. 적재적소했으니까 이만큼 효율적인. 이것 봐. 환상체를 제압하는 건 우리만으로 충분하잖아.
죄인인가?
따뜻한
남았어도 이 정도쯤은. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
재밌네. 난 너희가
무기를
좀
만드는
더 어설플
것만큼
거라고 생각해.
내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지. 따뜻한
아이씨, 짜증나게.
아류탄초 경혈력 찢겨차!
다른 놈, 나와!
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
이제 실수에서 벗어났나?
전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에
죄인인가?
버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
산초류 경혈 온 라샹 끝을 낼 시간이다. 쏟아내.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따뜻한 엎드리도
다른 놈, 나와! 이 식구를 건드렸겠다! 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어!
I think that kind of weird that Lego just signed a job. An office building that was right in the
구원올.
battlefield.
하지만
Or the
슬슬
battlefield used to be.
물리는군.
Or
근처에 융수염이라는 군
걸작을 자아냈나? 마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를 내려주실지
Basement.
흥분이 가시지 않는구려.
잘 됐네.
We dealt with the Fauvists, invaded the Thames Nurse Father destroyed corridor, we left for the Index. Ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? You guys have day off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me as leaning over snacks, topped with bunch whipped cream. Kind of like predicted. Yeah, that's what I imagined. That's completely random. I may be doing anything and just be teleported like that. They learned that blacking out and waking up, a me-shaped indent in a cake. I was about to chow down. That would make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I've checked in with you guys before summoning, but we're getting used to it. You're never being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. Tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now if you could share any information you know about, their corridor? I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying title. No, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other one. Someone you don't remember? Alright, Kara probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, Index apprentice. Right tell. Wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? Huh. Wouldn't they be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice? To trace nightmare collections, I find it like following a trail of odorless air, visible at will. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representation of the pinky and the index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else other than myself for once. It seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices. I retraced back to our first meeting, briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. Doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. Explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of each critical part and missing in between. I almost imagine her feeling to herself like a creepy loner, and probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. Anime is real. Anime is real in the city. See, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weed. You're sure? Let's say the words made of strings or threads clock. Every slash, the blade would be cutting through the flow of strands, trying to compose one's existence. An object is severed forever beyond repair. You'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now, you have pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Yashu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash. It was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. And that breaks the meta. Vague idea how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. I had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to like even make full use of his sword. Honestly, Heroes needs a trade-off. Your swords are totally power creeps papas. Totally. Trade-off? Plenty already. Oh, so true. Slicing your memory away is one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. He doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. They rarely gather in big groups. Said that's pretty unlikely. Oh, thank you, Sinclair. What was that for, Yoshu? What? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? Didn't do anything. So it. Sorry, Yoshu's scabbard Araya suddenly jerking the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't stay still. I'll slash your legs clean until you can barely walk. I don't know. Or than a slander or whatever. Look, poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Read too much in it, but scabbard was rattling like it was related by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up this nonsense acronym. Making it worse, I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Why just now? It sounds like a lot like Araya's. Until you saw that too, right? Oh. Didn't do anything. Really? Really wasn't her? Oh. Eh. It's decided. To be fair, there no one else but I saw in full detail how this scabbard came to be. It means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It seemed like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Took him a lot, huh? The lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. Should head inside, let's not keep Anne waiting. We are directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozen of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the... I think this leads to a basement. A cellar, almost, lies on the left. Kind of weird creature on the right. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Where the masked Onk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. Oh, that's his basement! Where he kept like, I read the little, like Yisang's ID thing. And apparently just he keeps a basement full of people, be it children, women, anyone. Just to like use whenever like Prescript decides to do something that involves like someone else. God damn. Who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here? Paper slips. We're only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though, as at least yours don't make annoying beat. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. The cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete the prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Monkfost's conjecture is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like the guy was just crazy as the... Wait, that staircase right there leads up? Let's check out what's... Pretty annoying man, the heck are you doing? You can't enter through this door. I see, another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Horrible. Move, I need to see something. The will of the prescripts forbids you. Can't enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? Seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stay as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects. Otis is right. I'm gonna have to go upstairs somewhere. I'm gonna get an idea where this door leads. Rian's been using this basement then. I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. But if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright then, let's go through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is obsolete. Is it though?
곤란하네. 나는 어떤 사람과도 잘 지낼 자신이 있지만 관리자님은 예외거든. 관리자님과 희희낙락하면서 지내는 건 내게도 버겁다.
Finding actual prescript people indexed. Also some new area. It was a teddy bear, but now it's probably like a child. Legs sliced off. God damn.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
엎드리도록.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
행진했고 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 보안의 비효율적인 공격이었어 한다. 보안이 대체에 관한 기록을 제대로 펼쳐보지 않은
개체들의 세력이 많이 꺾여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
가족을 위해.
흙을 마실걸?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
대만찬에 집중해.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
남았어도
적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도
정도쯤은
괜찮을 텐데.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
그딴 컨디션으로 퍼 놈에게 덤빈다라. 데카단스식 예술이라도 보여줄
Oh.
셈인가?
Control classes here.
뭐 쳐주게!
아이씨, 짜증나게. 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
적확한 한압이었어.
40. 먹지.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
완전 프레스 특이었어 나리! 내 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
무기를 만드는 것만
교육의 효과가 보이는
죄인인가?
직원들의 증오심 한상치를 쳐죽이는 원동력.
산초류 경혈 온
언젠가도 가라시라는 저 눈빛. 마음에 들어. 쏟아내어.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
대만찬에 집중해.
내가 담배를 다 피우기 전까지 일어나지 않으면
썰어버려도 상관없지.
죽었다고 생각하고
따뜻한
뭐 그건 해주지.
엎드리도록.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
감내해야 할 고통.
따스한 피.
스며드는군. 왕의 피. 하사한다.
무기를 만드는
실수하는
것만
건 괜찮아.
내가
나도
어부를
자주 덜렁대서 수첩에 모든 걸 적어놓으며 다녔거든. 마음만 약해지지만
아류
않으면
산초
되는 거야.
경륜 찢겨라.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따스한 피.
스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다. 올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가할 텐데 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
전부 쳐죽여!
따스한 피.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다.
놈, 나와!
앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
가족을 위해
따스한 피.
스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
엎드리도록.
아듀.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나
Up
늘었네.
there.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Raya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Hui Star. Come on. It's not like I wanted to be the Hui Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly. A point. So what's there? Upstairs. For myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? The yearning didn't raise their heads skywards. King Araya's memo? But what did you see? Not sure about. Have we got another reason to check what's upstairs? Interesting.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
They really need to support, fix the support thing. Oh, everything. Instead of just like having to refresh every single time.
왕의 행진이다.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의
어디에서도
시작이네.
볼 수 없을 색채로
잠시만. 볼륨 좀 확인해볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
자식. 먹지.
그 뭐냐 거의 칼로 물베기 아니냐? 아니 베어지지 않는 정도는 아니긴 한데 그래 뭐 두드리다 보면 깨지겠지.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
행진의 꽃. 이것이
You don't wonder
피날레다.
will end up even
왕의 비
like Dante will end up even big, able to reach Araya closer and closer. What will that even give us?
짜증나게.
대만찬에 집중해.
Exactly. Might revive her?
이 또한 용서할 테니.
남았을 동안 이 정도쯤은.
내가 담배를 다 태우기 전까지 일어나지 않으면 죽었다고 생각하고 모분해주지.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
따스한 피. 그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩! 대상의 상태가 안 좋은 것 같아. 이걸 잘 이용하면 좋은 결과로 이어질 수 있을 거야.
아류 산초 경혈 60 찢겨라.
이제 싱 수에선
아이씨,
벗어났나?
짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 목이 피었잖아. 이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패. 예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어. 전부 쳐죽여.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Another big question is, won't we stir up a bit of trouble? The index? Because we're kind of feeling index now?
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
I guess as long as we don't get a press script just being destroy Limbus company, fine.
이 또한 용서할 테니.
여기 오랜만에 모범을 보여주는 직원이
무기를 만드는 것만큼은
효율적으로
내가
모드들을 처리했습니다. 정보팀만이 가능한 업적이었겠지. 따스한 피. 그래, 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
산초류 경혈 5 라샹그르. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없군.
폭죽
저
소리가
활발한
들리지.
마음도 오래가진 못할 거야.
때가 왔다.
식기 전까진 열성적으로 해보는 것도 괜찮겠지.
왕의 비율을
어중간한 예상.
잠시 어디까지 못 봤어요. 뭐 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠.
승리를 이끌
따스한 피 스며든 왕의 비율
아류탄초 경혈 60. 좋아. 이대로 다 끝장내는 거야. 한 번에 터뜨리지 마. 알로 돌아갈 때까지 최대한 아파하게 만들려고. 엎드리도록.
따스한 피 너는 가족이 되기에 개체에게 치명적인
고,
손상을 입히는 데
온,
성공했습니다. 앞으로의
하지만
전투도
슬슬
이대로만
물리는군.
부탁드리겠습니다.
근처에 융
Oh my god. No fucking way. I know this place. I've let down. They were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Like just any other average family home. Oh man. Good cleaning apps, sure, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. Thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whoever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. Seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Something bad have happened here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee and never got to return. Lots of evidence suggesting that the open door, the blue shoe just lying around. Someone fled from the home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kinda hard to narrow down the cause. Really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Joshua? Yes, but it doesn't. Every frame photo is signed beyond recognition. Whatever the documents there have been read. Kinda like my memories. This wasn't where he escaped to, huh? Things next to his father, Reen. The last time we saw him, fled the house via the corridor, after suffering a severe wound to Yoshi's hand. By some miracle he survived. There's a sorry about that. Miracle he survived. It's a chance he'd come after Yoshua again, but something about our last encounter led me to that the last time Ryoshu would ever is. Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu's get under memory, recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Suddenly responded by softly shaking her head. No. Confirms it. Don't. Maybe she thinks it doesn't.
행진을
Nice bird.
멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어
Sunria.
멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지 보아라. 저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
There you are.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Early in Regan's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while. Didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. The other room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. Countless more in the adjacent corridor. Our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into and every one of them right away. Means that our work here is done for your assistant Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies that they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshake, Alan turned to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but I'll take a look around here anyway. Sure. We had more business here than simply checking the doors. Decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky Nurse Father room. Had a peculiar structure. The door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Even though I was certain we'd burst through quite a few rooms, we found ourselves back at the starting point. Some small design differences between each room that helped to tell them apart, but difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? Kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer's clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Someone y'all have met too, I think, was the only one who was severed by the Ayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren. Pinky apprentice. TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense after all. Existent registered no one here but me. Hey man, get the fuck out of here, this is spoilers. Go insult Tomodachi. Well, this interval is kind of very close to the main canto, so get the fuck out of here. Might as well be just the after party of the canto. I TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, it's existent and registered to no one here but me. When you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, we're talking about this, huh? Yep. Perform intense culinary artistry here. Scabbard shaking. Their views were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. Scabbard, Araya was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. I'll marry you to a dog in Tomodachi for this. Whatever you say, bestie. I'll get the fuck out of here. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, asking. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch? Lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausage cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. It's simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? One octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopus. Why are we cutting sausages into octopus shape? Adorbs, that's why. Like this? What? That? Sausage caved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Well, I didn't mean like that. A real life octopus. gonna be adorbs. It's all there as the... Isn't it all the same deal once it goes down to the gullet? It's so important. Adorable CG. Oh no. The flowery knife from Insomnium Files. But, mommy, there's something like a school lunchbox rivalry. I don't understand. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's why you say I don't know. SMH. Must be some of the happiest memories Ryosho and Araya shared. Sinners, he and Araya, even as a scabbard. Could imagine recall them in full. For Ryosho, the most important part of those memories are made and hiced away. Well, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places, we wanna check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked. However, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait, hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I like how Kira is kind of like just a second Heathcliff. Dumb. But, got that, gut feeling energy. Like Heathcliff. The main difference is that she's a weeb child and Heathcliff's just British. Looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised, fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. I myself would realize that what that indicated yanked me the back of the line. And in mere moments, there was something guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the house of spiners. Thinks of wet dog. Claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh, wolf mask. Really is, as Maestro Emil Beniot said, this place is already occupied. You would be so kind as to help me with direction. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Fauvists that encountered thus far, seemed to make it a point to speak and act with horror. The stumble hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of fox civility. Appeared at the right address, lady. Robo-Unk stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Aware. I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even through her mask was obscured by the mask. Her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled through the corridor. Let them observe us too freely. What does that mean? Fauvis got to confirm a lot of important, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen. Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arya Shiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's complete or not. Ryoshu as she. Isn't that intriguing for once? Name is Rufo. Whoa, she's pretty, she's hot. Ishida, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. If I want to. Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. Expected Ryoshu declined Rufo's request but curtly. Araya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. And I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of sharing. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, I'll make of her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or a stroke of ill fortune even Lei Heng. Now she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are... half or more. I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? The decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such momentous project in the hands of one such as Castillo, why everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than causing a peril before swine. They were quite on point that assessment. Is over whoever covered from the house were more filled than art, so that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. As what I observed above, this room completely changed my perspective. Scorched corridor, parity with which you've scarred the walls and the floor as though a frenzied beast burned through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left some marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Shida, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs for the dilapidated remnant that dupes itself corporism. Movement so strained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted the meaning it had to offer, began piling on empty definition itself. Fauvism is movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered, like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenges the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean? Trace the origin? How do we define which we call le foie, wild beast? These are the subject matters that led us foes onto the field of fertile creativity. Could you, a wielder of the relic, enter the fold of our movement to layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors? It will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. I consider him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the work created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art. Or not, I can't remember. Then will you? I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. What you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue in your eyes? I've seen clue you mean? Well, make that out. cat out and also pet him. Dude, and art may appear to be no more than checked chaos at a glance, but closer the observation reveals a fierce dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as they come connecting through blade work. You show such multi-layered as your keenness fails mundanity, yet you've transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each flash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I have sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. You do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes, while that shallowness hell's beauty. Sorrow condensed in a cry held in wrath unbound from the yoke of reason. The fading gleam of despair in home. You've no thought to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead, obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld, we teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you a long-winded lesson. Read Herskabard, pointless phobists, suprematists, floriters, cubists. I visit my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries. None of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, baked in patchwork of empty shells. You and your art both talk to the match. Just like Callisto's kept trying to take form from other movements, forcing meaning where there were none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is make it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Oh, that was from the trailer, I think. Alas, art is one by one abbreviated away. Nothing remains of its absence, making the void left behind the birth of meaning. No, void is what remains. It holds things that can't be found anywhere else. Is this a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculately, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. It's angry. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. For the stubborn sort that mere words can convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but will not change the fact that unseen art are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. I suppose I'll have to carve it into your eyes. Please do, though I am afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetic. I, a docent of Le Fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session.
단체로 왜 저렇게 떠들썩한 거야? 뭔가 싼데.
That's music. Level 66. There we go.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
다시 먹지.
현명한 판단이요. 유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
나가서 싸워.
죄인인가?
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Very nice.
훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 첨언할 일도 없군.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다.
하사한다.
준비를 철저히 했나 보군.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
I think it's both a lot based on the ID for Rodia. I assume.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도 두뇌 파로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
이 정도쯤은
목이 비었잖아.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
Uh-oh.
적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
This now. I can clash all of this. Can I? I get fixed.
할 말이 남았나요?
Really? The fuck? Yeah, kind of makes sense. Hmm. Let them try. There we go. So that's donkey, so we should have a defense skill. Do 9% damage. Nice. Alright, then the rest seems fine.
갑니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
너는 가족이 되기에 약하고
우와! 전 진짜 아프겠는데. 야,
영원히 잠들어.
어보이를
키우를
만드는
믿은
것만
직원들이 많이 보이네.
내가 어보이보다
걱정하지 마. 내가 지휘를 맡고 있는 팀에 실패는 있을 수 없거든. 있어서는 안 되지.
Say, any of these people are there? Weapon. Flash whip. Legal just in case. That's about it, I guess.
갑니다. 아류 산초 경혈 육시 찢겨라.
흙을 마실걸? 다음 놈 나와!
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
Beautiful.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어. 징계팀에서 다 막내들인 줄
아이씨,
알았는데
짜증나게.
멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
어중간한 예술은
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Donkey is not doing good at all. They have no backup. That's a little... Yeah. Just bleed too, she'll die this turn. Unless she can die. Look at this guy. Gonna get killed first. Maybe AoE on this guy as well, gonna get stunned as well. Or not gonna get killed, but stunned as well. That seems good to me, I think. Go for this guy.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색천부.
따스한
남은
피 왕의 비운을 하사한다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
해야 할 고통. 흙을 마실걸?
직원 하나가 더 이상 움직이지 않아. 어? 다들 왜 그런 표정이야? 마음이 벌써 약해진 거야? 고작 이런 걸로?
피날레. 수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
저
왕의
큰
비유는
하나비였어.
하사한다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 이번 소재 벌써부터 작품에 프리미엄 붙일 생각 없었는데.
항상 보는 장면이지만 볼 때마다 무기력해지는 거는
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있어요. 상처는 되기는 맛없으니까.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니.
관두죠. 희망 없는 전투를 연장시켜봤자 그 끝에 뭐가 남겠어요?
I was muted this whole time. God damn it. Stalking that this is not going too well as you can. God fucking damn it, dude. Preparing all the ego and I forgot that redirect attacks. They're literally like guys. They came back again. Yeah, this is not gonna end well. It's practically over already. Didn't even get to the second stage at all. God fucking damn it, dude.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
Why are you attacking each other?
네가 새로운 실험체냐?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
What am I doing?
나 또한 염원하던 것을 무엇 하나 똑바로 이루지 못했다. 아비들을 내 손으로 죽이지도 못했고 소중했던 무언가를 지켜내지도 못했어. 뭐 하지만 그래봤자 그래도 이 실컷
Yeah. Found it. No. Lost here. There we go.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다.
I have full sanity as well.
왕의 비유를
Shut them up.
하사한다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Also, I don't know how the white people keep on losing clashes.
모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 거. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
어디에서도 볼 수
나가서
없을
싸워.
새로.
괜히 내가 거지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
따뜻한 피.
Oh my god. Yeah, just let her get to 45 something. Do that. Surely will help.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
따스한 피. 너는 가족이 되기엔
무기를 만드는 것만큼
이대로 다
내가 어머니보다
끝장내는 거야. 한 번에 터뜨리지 마.
Dude, it's one person.
최대한
Literally
아파하게
says
만들고.
targets are fixed. Why do you fail at this simple task when you manually adjust everything? Because of your lazy ass. Claudia has the funny questions to counter. Their skills just suck. I just believe in the counter.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
He hit the other guy.
한표류 경혈 온 라샹.
But all the Asgard just got tank. Got lackeys instead of her.
치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다.
Not even putting a dent or something.
이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
따스한 피. 스며드는 물.
Dude, I swear to fucking god.
야의 고통.
신선한 개짓거리네. 내가 인내심 많고 자상하다고.
It has to be
손님까지 그런
one of
거라
these
생각한다.
battles.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
Or you just need to get lucky.
직원들이 전멸했군.
Once she gets
이
45
장면을
sanity, you're
똑똑히
fucked up.
기억해 관리자. 다음 기회가 온다면 그때는 인정사정 없어야 할 테니까.
팩이라도 없나? 아니지.
저들이 기세등등하니 잠시 경계하세.
Thinking what if I swap the Isak for and just to like have extra like lower sanity abilities. Although I would lose 20% the currency thing.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
No, I have someone else. Maybe I could. Well, Rodia maybe should be buffing. Not a bad idea actually.
기계처럼 대본에 적힌 대로 운명대로 성공하는 걸 원했다면 그 사람의 계획을
Work.
망치지도 않았어. 실패해도
이 되도 않는 싸움을 먼저 벌인 놈은 누구죠? 제가 밖에서 사고 치지 말라고 했을 텐데.
Oh no, I do have. Alright, I'm stupid. I do have Rodia. I use her the support. Oh yeah. Maybe I could use.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
No, because of this guy. I could technically do it, I suppose. Not I'm gonna do it. Level this guy up. I'm gonna later read the story.
키치부터 아방가르드까지 무엇 하나 빠짐이 없도록 제가 직접 큐레이팅 해드리죠.
This no not go better at all because I don't understand how the I'm out of the other ones. Alright. Again. Get the Mercel. Support for Rodia. There we go.
전시
This guy.
준비는 완벽하답니다.
See how it goes.
잘 됐네.
개체가 유리한 조건에 놓여 있는 것 같은데 더 꼼꼼히 관찰해 보도록 하죠.
Crossing the range. Freeze for the love of God.
나가서 싸워.
Flash.
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Oh, beautiful. Right off the get-go.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
엎드리도록.
행진했고 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한
예.
자리가 남아있었나 봐.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 목이 피었잖아.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음
어중간한
공격은 더
예술.
잘할 수 있도록.
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Beautiful.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
Yeah. Everyone is hitting surprisingly. Why is Asian negative? Alright, because she failed.
전부 쳐주게!
마지막으로 남길 말? 이제야
Good.
완성되었나?
She's losing SP as well. So far, it's going the right direction. I think last time.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따뜻한 피.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
이 정도쯤은
Here I need to get some SP, but that is fine.
40. 이 정도.
Kill more SP.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
Good. This thing. This you don't actually have to look. Follow like the line from this side to this side.
식사는
Does she have the funny? Guess not. Let's use Diego. I guess. Go for it.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
적확한 한압이었어.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yes. For fuck's sake, Ishmael.
따뜻한
One job. Fuck it.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
무기를
상태가
만드는
좋지 않은
everyone's
직원이
fine.
있다는 건
내가
알고
어부이고
있습니다. 애매한 동정심을 버려주시겠습니까?
Quite nothing. She can do it fine. Okay, better than. Have it.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Oh, AoE. Perfect.
한쌍의 상황골과
Beautiful.
24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
재밌네.
Yeah, this guy stays on the lead team.
좀더
This was
어설플 거라고
ridiculous.
생각했거든.
Need to get fast.
합격장.
Probably just as ridiculous. Especially in the combo.
산초류 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
그대로만
오케이, 얼른.
해주신다면 오늘은 제압이 빠르겠어요.
스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 타사한다.
임파스터.
사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요.
Okay.
혹시 칭찬을 바랐다면
She's doing terrible.
엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
Rampage.
감상은 어떤가요?
Look at that on the hair now.
따스한 피 스며드는 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Fuck. Oh no. Whatever. No, don't fail me now. Don't. It's over. He had her. It's over.
내가 공들였다면 애장품 특별히 보여줄게.
Oh,
혹시
how do you
할 수
evolve
없다고
somehow?
생각하는 직원이 보인다면
보면 다른다.
나한테 말해줄래?
No matter, we're fucked. Serious, dude. Good dodge. Dodge. Can use go. This will just I will have to tank. Damn it. Let's just explore health. There's no one else. I'll try this. Right, look. Heals her a bit.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따뜻한
Good. Yeah, having Frosty will be perfect because I could just
모든
use
걸
the
걷어들일 수
blue sack to kill everyone. And SP especially. A little bit more and she's stung there. Yes!
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있어요. 상처는 고기는
Oh!
맛없으니까.
6 gone.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다는 칭찬은 생략하는 게 좋겠지?
제압 개체가 비틀거리는 게 보이네.
Of course.
아, 이대로 영영 움직이지 못하게 만들어보자.
Wunderbar. Should just dodge with her. Pray that she dodges. Could use this actually. This will work quite a bit. That'll be dodging. Flash. Wait, no, this is. I have the wrong ones. Maybe. No, this goes first. I don't know. Okay, we're set now.
점 찍었네.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고! 나의 애하는 정체지. 감동적이지 않을 수
I'll
없네.
lower that sanity ASAP.
해결사 영웅기에 이러고도 저기. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다.
Beautiful. Beautiful damage.
그럼 안녕히.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 봅니다.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼
Weaker her.
직원들을 사지로
Goes with speed
이상이
next
무엇이라
turn.
생각하시죠?
Ace. One damage. Fine.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
행진의 꽃.
You
이것이
imagine how much damage Lu would have done if she didn't have eye protection.
왕의
이래서
So much
장비는
damage.
속성별로 준비해달라고 부탁해놨었지. 적게 접수했으니까 이만큼 효율적인 일도 없잖아.
Good, keep dodging, keep dodging. Dumbass. Staggered. She is okay.
지루하군.
When this
하지만 이런
when did this
시시한
appear?
전투에도 긴장감을
Doesn't
풀어넣는
keep the
비장
protection.
예술이 하나 있지.
Thank you, Yosh.
박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
Good. Oh shit. This though. Everything seems fine.
전부 쳐주게!
I want to do a mirror land and solo the Honglu guy. Maybe responder. Shields too, that
지켜보시죠.
doesn't get any better. And multiple attacks as well.
합격장.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
That's depressing amount of damage. She healed a little bit.
모두는 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
따스한 피. 스며드는군.
Beautiful.
이번에도 멋지게
Man,
해냈네.
Honglu changed everything.
엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어?
Incredible.
당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할.
다들 고생했다. 부조장한텐 내가 말해둘 테니까 뒤처리 끝나면
Beautiful.
편하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
Good memories. That was the stage that you reset. Gonna do over and over for points, and probably this was the last stage. Ah, see? We're already looking much better with this superfluous annual part removed. You're curious about founding your own movement? Or the answer that you need time under the Fauvis wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. You don't suppose words have any meaning now. It doesn't raise her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, and slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for us. Time for... It said as it doesn't suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut, dead. Here I thought at least her last words were going to be sucking. Thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. It's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We bit an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? See, this is a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off out here. True? Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere Big Brother anymore, as long as we're in Groove Clock. Ah, don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Us who celebrate over so small as occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. But I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Privy, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine. My own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in the final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we have a shortage of doors in here. Really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead. Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this door? Ishmael walked through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through. No, can't be that easy. I'm barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs. Carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreet. This is what she meant. Back door, through which we traversed as a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Father. Cross the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pink Father's azure corridor, or it returns us to this room. Now locked in a loop without a starting point, what matter what door we open? Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. Its location adheres to the regular flow of time. Like the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present turn. Pretty long. The first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rodia. I didn't bring any snacks. I were about to walk into one of Elcor branches or a dungeon, so yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we can open our own. Oh, the part where it cuts your memories to deal with that yet. Now the sword still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time. It'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. More than me. No one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day the Sepia Tempest memory took a special precious minute to have Heathcliff on a special minute. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryosho's arm. Though Ryosh and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryosho's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? Radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the roof and entered one of these doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but let meet if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right this room. That wolf lady's last words, man. I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but we're lucky and they find us in a day or two. Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. We'll only be forgotten, not lost. Well, memories don't tend to last very long. Been a fun excursion clock. I took toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. White blade soon reveals itself. Cuts across the wall, or the door used. Naturally. As the Arayashiki blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Yoshi's memory. Ah, we're really getting somewhere. Thin strands of Araya's image had just begun to coalesce, slowly unravel and fell apart. And still Araya released blade with It's okay. Try again, so. Weighing no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Yoshi's memories. That's it? Oh. More. Next destination. This must be. Welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups. Means to recognize the House of Spiders, to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operation as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite conceived that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during those operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? Feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Prepare for what? Can't hide anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Ask to know. I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp tottering on the brink of collapse. Alas, the aspirant W Corp, we call Limbus company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, we're in W Corp still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. As we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? Only natural that a business conflict could lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics. We didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. Our farewells to Alan, return to the forward base. And Jared, with Hohenheim, everything that's happened so far. I am and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the Limbus conflict. We instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword examined. Oh, Hohenheim, result out yet? Yet. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? Talks too much. Sounded irritated as they scolded Heathcliff. I should sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarette to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You are practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Oh, you need to learn to respect that thing's time, yeah. Time be relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete as in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but if this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon, it is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "Shut the fuck up." Evidently tired of the two sinners turning turns hounding him for results, Time seemed to speed up the analysis. Managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes. There are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius. Why aren't you saying anything? Give me the proof. Proof? Proof, right? Truth? I don't know. In the TR. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm starting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ah, I think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight. What if it's something like shift that's sheesh, that's a full day. Unwind after work though. And your verdict on her interpretation? It's exactly what I meant. He's better than machine translation in some way. I don't know. No. She lies as she grieves. Yeah. That moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly out of the examination. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well then, I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. And that's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sod? Effie? Asked in the past tense. Had been him whom I was referring to. Glad Miss Sod wasn't here. Kid, right, I don't remember his name. Forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneous spirited memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the type of food she fed to a seagull. Why upon it? Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Yoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, donkey, not be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. For going by sheer volume, I wouldn't say its mileage is acceptable. To erase several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? Yeah, they kinda sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and he forgot stuff all the time. How's it any different? Seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by Sherlock. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Ariashiki, or to be more precise, the power of Arya's ego. So, she looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Yoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which sinner Yoshu's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Ariashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. Use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the tribal memory. He's so quick to dismiss them as tribal. Trivial? Tribal? The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You have performed an first calculation of the relic's cost. Yes. According to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. This is quite discouraging. But not all is lost, by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, and things can still be reminiscent upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. Poor Heathcliff, man. Fuck. Just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke, collecting the GB for it. Used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. His gaze traced the invisible, unperceivable. Few more days passed by. We didn't spend those days idling. Visit Sword and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, managed to finally, after so long, kinda feels like we're home again. Oh, are we finally actually leaving Hongyan? Turn to the boat. Insane. Ah, bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Ha. Damn, this is your ride? Hella bad, huh? Eh. Between the two individuals, we were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment. Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. What are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? Must admit, a certain degree of interest hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you to them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Which? Just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with. They let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Military confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some fresh air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? He exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I told them to impress upon the new hires that the prisoners are to be threatened as exceptions. These are exceptions to the person in charge of the training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward for problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're off here to see us go. Well then, time for valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then, hey Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, see you later. You do that right? Acronymize it to L. Tell me Yoshihide. I prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindingly radiant portal, massive enough to engulf the bus hull. Well off to our next destination. Alright, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ah, that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited when has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre. Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to Encore. Ersault's Canto next. So we are going there, through Encore. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with Encore, Ersault, who probably had the most amount of history of the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual, and again reading it with the same changing expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. That the bus resumed its journey to Ayeta. Hell yeah, nice little follow. I liked it. Bunch of more lore towards Gregor, towards Ryoshu. A bunch of more like side I guess groups of the Pinky. Not the Pinky, sorry, the Ring, sorry. The Fauvists. Get the guy.
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경계를 보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결점을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
Remove his gloves, remove the blood, and give him a red shirt. You look like Kiryu. Alright. In the meantime, I'll be just grinding points. Get the... Alright. For now, that's about it. Leveling up.
밤에 무슨 일이시여?
Lose ID. And there's another one. Very good decision. Perhaps. Okay. Gonna be it for today. 5 hours for the whole interval. Wow. Excuse me. Cannot speak. Anyway. Thank you for watching. For lurking. Thank you for checking out. And hope to see you next time. Probably gonna be playing Voices of the Void next time. Not sure when yet. And we'll maybe, hopefully, start Death Stranding and resume it. Backlog. Too long. See ya, guys.